Can you hear me? Yeah, got it. Okay, hope you had a great week. I've been asking the students as they've coming in that um, if they've had, and they all have had a good week or had a good week off, and I hope you had too. Time to get going here, but just keep in mind, little heads up, we are now, this is our third week, okay, of this quarter, and so just got a few, well, I don't know what, 6 weeks left of this quarter after this. Okay. This is Spirit Week. Give me a C.
C.
Give me a C.
C.
Give me a S.
Escalera.
Okay. Okay. An S, you know. Okay. So I'm not a contortionist. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. Let's have a word of prayer. Let's have a word of prayer and get this started. Okay. Father, thank you for the week that we had off, the things we got accomplished, the rest that we received, and just help us now as we come back and all that anxiety, all that fun's gone, and now it's back to reality again, and fun reality. Help us as we get into it, that we'll be focused and do the things that we need to do and get the things done that we need to. And just direct us in that precious name. Amen. I didn't say that. It's reality, though. It's fun reality. It's not virtual reality, except for you guys in the home distance learning is virtual. But okay, at least it's not a sitcom. But yeah, I guess it can be. Okay, shh. What page are we on? Okay, class, gentlemen. Oh, thank you. We're on page 139. We're ready to start number 6 under the wrong actions. Developing friendships with the ungodly. Proverbs 22:24. Bear with me because my glasses won't help me on this. Well, I guess they will somewhat, but not much. I got new contacts over the break, and I have switched from hard to soft. And so when you do that, there's a vision difference for a while. And so my eyes are trying to adjust to these soft contacts. And if I'm trying to have a good vision of what I'm reading, but bear with me. Okay? Just to let you know that I'm not going senile yet. Okay? I beg your pardon?
Make no friendship with an angry man.
Okay. Ricky? Come here. Come here. We got a guest speaker this morning. Okay? Got a guest speaker standing right here.
What's up?
Would you read the verse for the class? Shh, shh. Read the verse for the class, please.
Make no friendship with an angry man, and with the furious man thou shalt not go.
And where's it found?
Proverbs 22:24.
Good job. Yeah. Okay, have a seat. Now, shh. Associating. Here's some thoughts for that. Associating with the wrong crowd. And we've talked about this, gentlemen. Gentlemen. You don't want checks first day back, do you? You don't want to lead to demerits first day back, do you? Do you? Do you? Okay. So, reel it in, and I'm not talking about reel it in to reel a girl in or anything. I'm just reel in your actions, okay? Associating with the wrong crowd By the way, I was talking to Ricky that time, okay? Not somebody else, okay? Associating with the wrong crowd soon leads to closer familiarity and eventually into friendships, okay? You've all experienced that. All of you have, at one time or another, you are a new person in the environment. Jaden, Avery, Elijah, Austin, to some degree because he's been here before, Derek, okay, are all new students this year, okay? So, new environment, okay? You've come to a new environment. So you had to decide when you came where you were going to be filtered to, okay? Where you were going to filter yourselves, okay? We all have gone through that to some extent, sometime or another. Watching who we want to associate with, okay? And when we started associating with those various people, we found out that we started to do what they were doing. Think back upon a time when you were involved in this situation where you tried to get involved with a group of kids, a group of people, okay? Did they change to you, or did you have to change to them? Probably 98.9, let's say 99.9% of the time, that you changed to them. The only way that they changed to you was to get you in and then turn the doors on you, okay? Turn the setting on you, and then you had to adjust to them, okay? Many teens say, but Dad, when you get to know them, they really aren't that bad.
You don't realize how many times I said that to my friends.
Okay? I did too. What does such a statement indicate is happening? Closer friendships are developing. They are beginning to minimize or passively accept us. But Mom, Dad, why can't I go to the mall? Or why can't I go with these people? All we're going to do is walk around the stinking mall. All we're going to do is go to Taco Bell and get some tacos. That's all we're going to do, okay? Or Del Taco or wherever, okay? That's all we're going to do, Mom, Dad. Why can't I go? It doesn't make sense. So we get frustrated, and the association with our parents at that point becomes tinted, okay? It becomes hurt, and so we need to revive that friendship, okay? Your attitude at that point is what's going to strengthen that relationship back up. Do not confuse friendship with friendliness. Okay? Friendliness is just associating because, okay, we're all in here together. Okay? And we know there are people in here that you don't like. Individually, you don't say anything. There are people in the room that you don't particularly care to hang around with. Okay? But you are friendly to them because of the situation that you're in. You don't have a friendship with them, but you're friendly to them. Okay? So God's word teaches us that we are to be friendly, cheerful, and kind to all. Andrew, how difficult is letter E? Not really? Good. Anybody have difficulty with letter E?
Or there could be like this.
Whoa, whoa, one at a time, please.
It's like hard for like to be kind to them and to like basically respect them because either the things they do or the things.
Can you be friendly?
Yeah.
Can you be cheerful at the same time? All the time.
I'm being friendly to him.
Can you be friendly, cheerful, and kind at the same time?
Just take the Batman scenario.
All the time to these people.
Take the Batman scenario for a second. So like you know how Batman's parents got killed in front of like that theater, like in the comics, right? Yeah. Oh yeah.
Hit it with us, Douglas.
Our second guest speaker.
All right. So you know how Batman's parents like got killed in front of that theater. So what it's saying is that we are to be friendly, cheerful, and kind of all. But you think that that Batman is gonna be nice to the people who killed his parents? Like there's specifically people that can harm your life that you can't be kind or friendly to.
Well, there's people that
But most people should be kind and friendly to others because that's what we should do, you know. But take the Batman scenario.
Okay, good. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Shh. Jaden. Hey, Jaden has the floor right now.
No, I'm just saying it's hard to be kind to someone who like directly hurts you.
Okay.
Because that's like what happened. Like they hurt
someone who
him.
directly hurts you or
It's
harms
hard
you.
to be kind of like you could be nice, like try, but like you resent them.
Yeah. Like
Okay.
Austin beats me up every day. I'd be nice to him, but I wouldn't like him.
So, how can we implement all three of these adjectives or adverbs? Adjectives. How can we implement being friendly, being cheerful, and being kind? And you just love those last two words, to all.
I'm just not like that.
Sure. Guest speaker number 3.
You don't got this.
Wow.
There he is.
So.
Oh, this is going to be a long one because he sat down.
No, it's not gonna be that. I just did it for effectiveness, you know? So like, we can see things from God's point of view, how He loves everyone, even though someone is bad. He still loves them. Like, take it with Hitler, for example. Even though. Okay, wait. Okay. Yes, I do. Chill out. So, even though Hitler did all these bad things, God still had love for him. If you think about it that way. Because God loves everyone.
Okay, that's true. God did.
So you can see it from God's point of view, even if you hate that.
But how can you be kind, cheerful, and
I want to be kind to him.
friendly to Hitler?
You can't. There's no way.
Okay,
There's
then
no
never mind.
way.
Never mind then. I lost my wow. We should probably do this.
Isaac, that was a good point. That was a good thought. Good thought. Okay, but now, hold on. Shh, hold on. What? Listen, Adrian. Gentlemen, I got the chart ready to go. Now, granted, what Isaac just said is really tough. Hey, enough is enough. Draw it in, guys. What Isaac was talking about in those realms, it would be very tough if we were back in that era to show these three things to Hitler because of what Hitler stood for. Okay? Now, we base that upon what we know from the past. Okay? Sophia?
Wait, you just said. Wait.
Wait, say that again.
Come here.
Oh,
Guest speaker number 4. Okay. And what were you saying about parents? Shh. Shh.
So like when parents like with their kids, if they do something bad, it's not like they don't love them anymore. They still love them and they're kind to them. So.
But I hate you all. I hate you all because of what you do to me every day.
Can I go sit down?
Okay? Yes. Okay. No. Sorry, Sophia. You're okay. No. Look, shh. Hey, she's right. Hey. She's right. She's right. Okay, I officially have the check sheet out. Adrian just got one. Okay. The reason you got it is because you continued to talk after I said I got the worksheet out. Everybody else in that group stopped. Okay? But you kept going, that's why you got it. Okay? So, now, that's true. Sorry about that. That's true. Parents do show this because of what you do or don't do. They are still going to show you, they're still going to be your best friend at the house. Okay? They're going to be cheerful to you. They may get upset. They may not be cheerful in that moment. But most of the time that moment fades away and the cheer comes back. And they're going to be kind to you. Why? Because they still will provide for what you need. Friendship, however, implies more than just friendliness. Friendship involves going with them to their favorite places and running with them. Fair, right? Okay. I thought that didn't look right. Yes, I didn't think it was my context. Okay, your friendship. When you started developing a friendship with certain people, you found yourself going with them. Okay? Right or wrong? Is that right? Or is that right to good? Or is that wrong to bad? Trying to get you to think and respond. Now, DLs, I know you can't hear, or I can't hear you. I know you're thinking about it, but everybody in here has just now closed up because no one wants to come back up here to talk. Okay? Okay? So, friendships, let's read letter G again. Friendships involve going with them to their favorite places and running with them. Good or bad? Is letter 2. Is going with them to their favorite place and running around with them good or bad? Come on up. Come on up. Guest number 5. Guest number 5. And you are portraying who today? Get up here. Belle. Let me introduce you to Belle. Who would like to be who would like to be, what's his name? Sing song? No. Who? No. 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 Okay. I want to hear her thoughts on this. Shh.
Okay. Oh, well, if you can just, like, if you
Shh.
hang out with bad friends and they want all their favorite places are bad, like they want to go to bad places and just just smoke or do drugs, then it's not good to hang out with them. But if but if you like hang around with good friends and like they take you to places that are not that bad and you guys are just hanging out, then it's not necessarily bad. You guys are just hanging out and having fun.
Okay. Thank you, Belle. Appreciate that. Now you can go back and sing to your flowers. Okay. Okay. So, shh. Letter H. Letter H. You ready for 3? You ready for 3? I know, but you're about to get your 3rd, and they're about to get their 1st. Ricky, that's 1. That's 1. Letter H. So we are to be friendly to the ungodly, but we cannot be friends of the ungodly. Okay? You got to know when and where and how to draw that line. Okay? You can still be friends with them, but you don't have to associate with them. Making companions of the wicked, number 7. And due to time, it was a good point. Today we didn't get a lot done, but that's okay. Due to the time, I don't really want to get started on this. We'll pick this up tomorrow. But DLs, I hope you enjoyed our guest speakers today. They are always itching to get up here and let you see them. Okay. So, okay. But anyway, DLs, Giselle, Jeremiah, Yuvia, Adam, Lacey, good to see you. Sayonara until tomorrow, and watch your friendships. We'll see you.
It's over Units 6 and 7 in literature. Okay? All right, so some authors to know. You're going to want to know Robert Browning, Edgar Allan Poe, Sir Walter Scott, George Gordon, Lord Byron, or you can mark it at the beginning of your book. Boys, Derek, do you have a piece of paper out? Okay, well, you should. Or your phone, you can take it out and take a picture of. Oh boy. Okay, so everyone, if you don't have a phone to take a picture of, everyone should be marking this in their book or writing it down on a sheet of paper. Elijah, did you get a haircut too? You think so? Oh boy. Briggy, did you already take a picture of this? Boys already take a picture of this? Okay, everyone writing it or typing it, mark it in your book. Austin, did you take a picture of it? Good. Huh? I actually watched a YouTube video of like the perming process of like the waves, like the waves in someone's hair. Okay, for those of you in distant learning, we are writing down stuff to know for our test on Thursday. Okay? Everyone mark this down? The most randomest thing. Okay? Okay, what's the most random thing? All right, so the next thing, some poetic devices to know. This is all from the poetic devices of Units 6 and 7. So everything from Unit 6 and 7, rhyme, rhythm, onomatopoeia, end rhyme, intern rhyme, proximate rhyme, all the stuff that we learned about will be on our test. Okay, you marking this down? It's not a suggestion. Everyone should be marking this down. Polite command, but yes, it's not an option. You boys get to take a picture of this, the new screen? Good, thank you, okay. Doug, Derek, did you get this? Yes. I could see you with one, not gonna lie. Brighten? Brighten, you said? Or darken? What's wrong with the font? Do you need me to make it bigger? Do you need me to read them off for you? Okay, where are you at? Okay. Assonance, apostrophe. Shh, guys. Apostrophe. Then euphony. Cacophony. meter, foot, blank verse. Guys, stop talking. I rhyme, parallelism, and then sentimentality. Guys, what did I just say? Do you not speak English? Okay. Next. Okay, just some facts to know. Okay, what the theme of God's grandeur is. Okay. Remember, this one's the God's greatness despite men's abilities is never diminished. Remember, that's the theme of God's grandeur. Everyone should have written that down in their book or marked it in their book. The 3 types of bells used in bells, written by Edgar Allan Poe. What do men live by? Not what I do men live by. What do men live by? What do men live by, class? Love. Awesome. Okay. The country settings of the servant. Where was the servant written in, or the setting in, remember? Not China. That one's for the frill. Good. Russia. The frill is China. What is the holiday setting of the servant? Why did he come home, class? What was the holiday mentioned in the story? Good. Christmas. What the author in sympathy compares himself to? Okay. What does he compare himself to in the poem Sympathy? I didn't do anything to it. Okay, so make sure you look that one up. Okay, and then what is the greatest thing in the world? Which is not knowledge. Love. Okay, and then some people to know, Simon and Michael. What story were they from, class? Simon and Michael. Do you remember? Not the shoe store. Well, yeah, the shoe store, but what's it called? What Men Live By. Awesome, Austin. Then Gerasim and Igor. Remember him? The servant. And then Mrs. Lowe. Where's she from? The frill. Good. She was the mean lady. Yes. I will in a second. Okay. Everyone have this one written down? Okay. So I'll go back to the other one. What do men live by? All right. All right, go ahead and take out your grammar books. Let me fix that. Okay, turn to page 145. Page 145. Oh, that's my literature book. Actually, we haven't done page number 143 yet, so go ahead and turn back to page 143. Sorry about that. Okay, so just some review from 2 weeks ago. I know it's obviously been a while and our brains haven't been talking about grammar. I haven't even been thinking about grammar either, so I don't blame you. But what does a clause have that phrases don't? How do I defer a clause from a phrase? Who remembers? Remember, within a clause, I'm looking for keywords, and then I find what, Andrew? Not to plus a verb, that's an infinitive. Okay, remember clauses have subjects and verbs, all right? Clauses, they have subjects and verbs, whether it's an independent clause. Remember on page 140, an independent clause expresses a complete thought and can stand alone as a sentence, okay? So basically, an independent clause is a sentence. A dependent clause does have a subject and verb, but they cannot stand on their own. Okay? Remember, they're indicator words like the words whether, that, if, all of those, when, where, and they have a subject and verb, but you can't say it by itself. Okay? When I say whether or not they went to the store, clauses don't have to have prepositions in them. They just have to have a subject and a verb. But a lot of clauses do have prepositions in them. Okay? But that is noun clauses. Remember, diagramming noun clauses, what do we diagram them on, class? Stilts. Okay? So look at this on page 142. All right? Page 142, just look over. We're on page 143, but look over. The words whether and that. Notice in the subject and the word that. Okay? We didn't diagram noun clauses, did we? We just did diagramming infinitive phrases. So let's just actually just forget about page 143. Let's look at page 142, all right? Page 142, look at your exercise. So let's review what we learned over the week. Let's look at the exercise. Diagram the following sentence. You may omit ordinary prepositional phrases and single word modifiers. But now we're just going to find our noun clauses within these sentences, okay? So look at number 1. Whatever your parents decide will be fine with us. Okay, who can raise their hand? Can you spot the noun clause in here? My keyword. Okay, what would my whole noun clause be, Avery? Whatever your parents decide. So with clauses, we're going to separate those in brackets. Okay, so go ahead and do that. And let me show you how to diagram this. All right, so let's find my verb within the entire sentence. Whatever your parents will decide will be fine with us. Isaac, what's my verb? Not quite. In the entire sentence, whatever your parents decide will be fine with us. Will be. Okay, so go ahead and underline that twice. Okay, so that's my entire verb, or my independent clause. So notice this, guys. I want you to point this out, or I want to point this out to you. Okay, the independent clause, something that can stand on its own, the entire sentence would be, whatever your parents decide will be fine with us. Okay, if you were to go up to someone and say, hey, whatever your parents decide will be fine with us. Does that make sense? Yes or no? Okay, it does make sense. So it's an independent clause. It can stand on their own. Okay, what doesn't make sense and cannot stand on their own are dependent clauses. Look at this. When you go up to someone and say, whatever your parents decide, okay, can that stand on its own? No. Okay, so that's a dependent clause. So that's what I would put in brackets. And in this sentence, who knows what this is used as? Whatever will your parents decide will be fine with us. So we just found our verb, will be. Let's find our subject. Who or what will be? What's my subject, class? Good. Whatever your parents decide. That entire clause is used as the subject. Okay? So like we said before, we're finding our subject, but now our subject is going to be a bunch of words in one setting. Okay? So my verb is will be. Okay? Who or what will be, whatever your parents decide. So how I'm going to diagram this is I'm going to put it on stilts, just like this. But notice how noun clauses, they have subjects and verbs. Okay? So we need to find the subject and the verb within our dependent clause. Okay? So our dependent clause, whatever your parents decide. Okay? So let's find my verb. What's my verb here? Decide. Okay? So I would diagram it normally like a subject and a verb. Decide goes in the verb spot. Who or what decide? Parents decide. Okay? Parents decide. Then your would be a modifier going underneath parents, but the word whatever, okay, is actually describing, not describing, but functioning as a DO here, okay? So it goes like this. Parents is my subject, decide is my verb. Parents decide who or what, whatever, okay? So I would diagram the word whatever in my direct object spot. Okay, but as the clause as a whole, whatever is actually my indicator word there. Okay, so indicator word, whatever your parents decide, will be fine with us. All right, that's how diagram number 1. Okay, yes. Uh-huh. That one is actually the reason why it's above is because it's an indicator word. So look at page number 5, okay, or not 5, 140, all right? So noun clauses are introduced by signal words, so whether is a signal word, all right? And it's not describing anything, so you can't put it underneath like the noun or a verb if it's an adverb, and it's not functioning as a complement, okay? So the words whether, and then notice how, look at this. They thought Thursday was a holiday. The reason why there is an X there on page 142 in your example is because the word that is understood, okay? So if you want to mark it at the top of diagramming, the words that, whether, and if are always going to go on that floating dotted line, okay? Every other indicator word will probably function as something within the sentence, okay? That, whether, and if. All right? So notice that. So whether we travel by plane or by train or plane is my subject. So that's why that would be the same thing. Whatever your parents decide will be fine with us. Direct objects, they thought that Thursday was a holiday. We're in our examples. Okay, they thought that Thursday was a holiday, but obviously our that is understood. Austin, sit up. Okay, they thought is my subject and my verb. Thursday was is my subject and my verb within a dependent clause. That's why that's on stilts. Okay, predicate nominative, painting portraits is my subject. Remember that is a gerund. That's why that's on stilts with the little stair stepper. But what she enjoys most is acting as my predicate nominative. Therefore, it's in the predicate nominative spot. Okay, look at the appositive example. All right. Look at the appositive example. The idea that he could succeed. Notice the word that. Also hovering above my clause. Okay, everyone look at it on their page. Don't just stare off into the space. Okay, that is on that hovering line, that dotted line. Okay, but it's in the appositive spot. Okay, same thing with object of the preposition. He said nothing about where he would go next. About is my preposition. Where he would go next is my clause. Functioning as the object, therefore that clause is still going on stilts in the object of the prepositional phrase, okay, or place. Okay, look at number 2 in your exercise. Colorado is where the Webbs are now living. Okay, so everyone go ahead and take out a sheet of paper. Let's practice these. Go ahead and do this exercise on your sheet of paper. Okay, before you put anything on your line, I want you to, on your paper, okay, before you put anything on your lines, I want you to, on your paper, separate your clauses. Okay, your dependent clauses, put those in brackets so you know those are the words that go on the stilts. Okay? So go ahead and do number 2. Number 2. Okay? Who can tell me what they bracketed off in number 2? What did you bracket off? Ricky? Awesome. Where the Webbs are now living. Okay? So in my entire sentence, my entire independent clause, the clause that can stand on its own, what's my verb? Who knows my verb? Maya? Is. Who or what is? What's my subject? Jesse? My subject in my entire clause. So my verb is. Who or what is? Not quite. Is living is? Number 2, my subject. In my entire clause. So my entire sentence that can stand on its own, what's the subject of is? It is not. Who can help him out? Colorado. Colorado is. Okay? So that's what I would diagram first. Okay? So Colorado. Alright, let me move the camera over here so that these people can see as well. So my subject is Colorado. My verb is. Colorado is who or what? Where the Webbs are now living. So what is that clause used as? That dependent clause there, where the part, it cannot stand on its own. What is it? My predicate nominative. So remember how I diagram predicate nominatives. Everyone should be looking up at the board. I would go back to my subject with the slanted line. Now I'm going to put where the Webbs are now living on stilts. Okay? So now Jesse had the right subject within the dependent clause though. Okay? So my subject is what class? Webbs. Okay? So what's my verb here? Are what? Are living. Okay? We don't have to diagram modifiers here. All right? But, okay, so Colorado is where the Webbs are now living. Notice how I would probably put the where underneath are living, okay? Because within this dependent clause, you're not going to look at it as a whole. You're going to say, oh, okay, so where's the word where going to go? It's describing are living. So since it's an adverb, I would put it underneath the word or my verb here. Okay, makes sense? So where the Webbs are now living. Webbs is my subject, are living is my verb within that phrase, but the word where is describing where they're living, obviously, but that is my indicator word for my dependent clause. Okay, let's look at number 3. I know whom I have believed. All right, what do I bracket off in this sentence? Okay, whom I have believed. Awesome, go ahead and put that in brackets. Okay, whom I have believed. Okay, so let's look at my entire sentence. All right, my entire independent clause, the part where it can stand on its own. So it would be, I know whom I have believed. All right, so what's my subject and my verb within the independent clause? Isaac? That's the dependent clause. Okay, so notice this. When you go up to someone and say, whom I have believed, can that stand on its own? No. Okay, so we know that's my dependent clause. But notice this, guys, if you're still confused on what the independent clause is, independent clauses can stand on their own. Basically, they're sentences, all right? So my subject and my verb of my sentence, my entire sentence. Who knows? Doug? Good. The subject is I and the verb is no. Okay, so now that we found my subject and my verb in the independent clause, let's look at my dependent clause. Okay, Andrew said our dependent clause is whom I have believed, which it is. Okay, so what's my verb, Isaac, in my dependent clause? Have believed. Okay, everyone go ahead and mark that. That's why we bracket off our dependent clause, so we don't get confused between the independent subject and verb and the dependent subject and verb. Okay, so my dependent subject and verb is, or verb is have believed. Who or what have believed? What's my subject, Elijah? Not whom have believed, whom. Look at the next word after whom. I I is my subject, okay? So I have believed who or what? Okay, what is my complement within this dependent clause, Avery? Whom, okay? Whom is actually functioning as my direct object here, okay? So this is how I would diagram it. Okay, so my subject in my independent clause is I. So I would put that on my line. I, what's my verb class? Know. Okay, so whom I have believed, what is that functioning as? A D-O. Okay, it goes, I know who or what, whom I have believed. So with a D-O, we know that my diagram or the line goes straight up. But with any dependent clause, they need to go on stilts. Okay, so we found our subject, which is I. My verb is have believed. And then my DO within my clause is whom. Make sure you capitalize it because that is referring to God. Okay, that's how we diagram. Number 3. Okay, look at number 4. Go ahead and bracket my dependent clause. Bracket it off. Okay, they finally realized the swimmer was in trouble. In this case, my indicator word is understood. Okay, so make sure we're watching for these. Who knows this one? Ricky? Good, the swimmer was in trouble. Okay, you can say here, they realized that the swimmer was in trouble, which is why the word that is understood. So when I diagram that, it would just be an X. But if you want to put that on the sentence, you can just put an X right above the swimmer, okay? Or right in front of the word the, to let you know that there is an understood indicator word there, okay? Doug, what's my subject and my verb in the independent clause? Okay, they realized. Good. Okay, what is my subject and my verb in the dependent clause? That the swimmer was in trouble. What's my verb here? Sophia? The swimmer was in trouble. Was is my verb. Who or what was? What's my subject? Adrian? Swimmer was. Good. So now we diagram it. Okay, so my subject and my verb. Actually, let's find the function of our noun clause. Okay, what would that, the swimmer, or X, the swimmer was in trouble, what would that be? What would that be functioning as? They realized who were what, class? A D-O, okay, because realize is my action verb, so it's another D-O here. All right, so now it's kind of the same thing. They realized, and then, but in this case, what did I say? Actually, I said that 3 words are going to hover above the line because, Andrew, this is where your question comes into play. The word that doesn't really describe anything. It doesn't function as the DO within the clause. It doesn't function as the PN within the clause. So that's why it hovers above the dependent clause, okay? So I would do this, swimmer was, and then this would go on a dotted line hovering, oh, well actually, it's the word X here, because it's understood. Okay, so that's how I would diagram number 4. Okay. All right, so tonight for homework, go ahead and do 5, 6, and 7. 5, 6, and 7, just 3 diagrams. We're going to practice those more tomorrow. Okay, so page 142, numbers 5, 6, and 7. All right, last but not least, go ahead and take out your spelling. Turn to list 7A on page number page number 57. Vocab. Okay, page number 57. Look at list 7A. Okay. So these are just some more commonly misspelled words to make sure that you are reading through these and deciding how to spell the word across. Advise. Look at number 2. You don't spell it with the Z-E, even though a lot of people say advise. But same thing. This one would be advice. Okay. Affect, beneficial, carrying. Number 5. Number 6, category, definition. Basically, the superscript on number 5 is indicating the rule on page 4, which applies. The rule on page number 4 with number 5 would basically just be adding the suffix to the word ending in silent E, basically. So that would be carry, or changing the Y to an I. So notice how number 5, we're keeping the Y. So make sure you notice that. Category, definition, effect, foreign, foresee, harass immediately, larynx, necessary, occasion, peaceable, peculiar, professional, received, and temperament. Okay, look at number 20. It's pronounced temperament, but notice how it's spelled temperament. All right, so make sure that when you're studying these, that you just kind of study these commonly misspelled words. But go ahead and look at page number 58 and 59. Tonight for homework, you're doing 1 through 6 twice. Okay, 1 through 6 twice. We're going to go through these tomorrow, but make sure that you write these twice. Bulk, bliss, callow, dastardly, foray, and lith. Number 6 is pronounced lith. Okay? All right. So numbers 1 through 6 twice. Are there any questions? Okay, you guys are dismissed.
8 o'clock.
Wait, what's Wednesday then?
What? Career day.
Can I dress up as a cardboard box?
No, it's not a career.
Can I dress up as a
All right, guys, pull out your notes. Agent should be here shortly, so we're going to start. Okay, we are picking up. Gentlemen, turn the bodies around. Okay, we're going to do our notes. We're not doing too much today, so let's just follow along. Well, if we don't talk, then it's quick. But usually we talk, so it's not as quick. Or we're not doing what we're supposed to be doing, as some of us have done before as well. All right, today, if you'd like to follow along in the book, we're going to be on page 276. That's where we're starting for today. Okay, before we start, though, we are going to pray. Are there any prayer requests? Yes, ma'am.
Over break, we found out that my aunt has cancer and she had surgery tonight. But we haven't heard from her, so we don't know how she's doing. So my grandma's not really.
Don't know how the surgery went yet. All right, so pray. Hopefully the surgery went well since you said it already happened. Hopefully that went well. Hopefully she's okay. Yes, sir. Basketball tournament. Hopefully everyone can come. Obviously there's some difficulties with some players if they can or can't because of school. Okay, so let's make sure everyone can come. Also, please help. I look at everyone in the eyes, guys. That's just what I do. Okay, pray for basketball traveling this week. We're going to be missing some school this week for them to stay on top of stuff, safety of games. It's going to be a lot of games, too, so certainly if we lose, that doesn't help. If you get to go. Yes, sir. Is there a prayer request? If it's not, hold on for a second. All right, any other prayer requests? Yes, ma'am. Pray for your dad. Yep. Any other prayer requests? Pray for Amethyst. I believe she's not feeling well. Okay. Listeners, if you have any prayer requests, let me know as well. If not, we are going to pray. Drivers training? Yeah, pray for that. All right. Drivers training, you're doing drivers training too, right? Or you're going to be doing it? Let's pray for that. All right, we'll pray for those, and then we will be done. Put the food away. Okay, let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, thank you for today. Thank you for all the blessings you give us on a daily basis, Lord, and everything you do for us. Thank you for the ability to be able to have school, to be able to be here, whether the students like it all the time or not. It's good for them to be able to get out of the house, be with friends, to be able to work on school in person, but also continue to bless the distant learners, Lord. Help them to stay faithful and diligent in their time and in their studies. Allow them to grow as people at home while they're away. Keep them safe. Keep all of us safe, Lord. Please help the basketball tournament this week, Lord, for the days we're traveling, to give us safety of traveling in early mornings for everyone to be able to be here on time so we don't have to leave anyone, and for us to just do our best in all the games I believe we can do great. Please help all the kids to believe that and work hard this week as we have that. Please help all of us to enjoy this great week, Lord, as Spirit Week, for us to be able to have fun with it, but be able to obey at the same time. Please help Sophia's prayer request, Lord, with her dad, for him to continue to be able to be okay, Lord. Hopefully everything's going well with that situation as they haven't heard from him for a little bit. Also, please help her aunt, as she's already had surgery, Lord, for her cancer. Please help everything to be okay and for her to be able to contact Sophia and her family so they can know that she's okay. Please help that situation and just bless everyone in it. Give them patience and peace and strength through it. Please help all the students with this week as we're getting back from a break. And I know how our minds and what we don't want to do coming back from break. But please just allow them to be on top of things, be able to be focused in it. Please bless our day and bless the rest of this week. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Okay, it's good to see Yuvia, Adam, Jeremiah, Giselle. Okay, Lacey, make sure you throw your name in the chat as well so we know you're here. Come on, dude. Come on, man. All right, moving on. Shh. For sure, too. So worst case scenario, I mean, it's not really worse because if we win, it's okay. Worst case scenario is we lose JV and we win varsity. Saying again, that's not worse because if we win varsity, that's good, but we play more games if we win. No. Wait.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do.
No.
What?
No, you don't. You have to play Liberty. Liberty would be the next team.
I thought we played them in the championship.
Yeah, I'm about to get it. Thank you. No, we played, our first game wasn't really a first round. It's like a wild card. Our first game was like a wild card because there's only 5 teams. So, like, we had to play in to get into it. Now it's Faith, us in the first seed, and then Liberty and Lighthouse, but Liberty already beat Lighthouse, so Liberty already moved on. We'll play Liberty if we win. If we win. If we have Leonard and Anthony as well. I'm trying. What? That would be a championship game. If we win, then we just go straight championship. If we lose, then you have to play more games. You know how it works. But yeah, if we lose against Faith, then we go down to the losers bracket, and we have to play again another JV game that day, probably against Lighthouse, because they're probably going to beat Pacific. If we win varsity, then we play another game later that day as well. So like I said, like my mind, again, I know as a coach you shouldn't say you want to lose, but I mean losing varsity is not a bad thing. It allows us to focus on JV and we're not overplaying. I mean, I would like to win. I always want to win. But if we lose, it's okay. It's okay. If we lose varsity. But if we win, we'll play another game. So that's 3 games. So that's why I say worst case scenario by playing games-wise is we lose varsity or lose JV and win varsity. That means we're going to be playing 4 games that day.
How about lose varsity too, right?
Yeah, I don't know what times yet. I can't tell you. It depends on where we're at after tomorrow. Yes, ma'am. 9:45. The coaches are probably going to tell you. Yep. 9:45 in the morning. Yep. That's when your championship game is Friday, 9:45 in the morning. It's not that bad. That means you're going to be showing up here at normal time. You're going to probably have to be here at like 8. You guys are going to be leaving school at 8. You don't have to be in school that day for most of it, because you guys will get to watch the guys' game that day as well. So that's what it is. Your coach is probably going to tell you later. I just found out yesterday. What? No, Friday. All right. Shh. Doug, leave the basketball alone. Adrian, you went all the way up there to get a mask, so wear it. Austin, put everything away. Yep, put it away. All right, take it away. Yeah. All right, here we go. Okay, moving on. Again, we've been talking about all these different men. Okay, good to see Lacey. Doug, Derek. Shh, Derek. Just because he's not playing with it doesn't mean you play with the basketball. Leave the basketball alone. Okay, we're still talking about these men. Again, what age are we talking about? Age of industry. Okay, we actually mentioned it in my 11th and 12th grade class, economics. Okay, this was the beginning of all those different types of economies. Okay, as I'm talking about in that class, we're not just talking about in this class. Okay, but we're talking about these men that basically made something or were an expert in something. Okay, that grew this age of industry. Okay, and during this time. Okay, so moving on. Cyrus Field is the next man we're going to talk about. Okay, he succeeded in 1866 in laying the first successful transatlantic telegraph cable. Okay, so know what he did. Again, you just basically want to know what they did and who it was. You don't need to know all the details, the years and everything. Okay, our next guy we're talking about, the man who made basically the beginning of transmissions. Okay, Alexander Graham Bell. No. Shh. Because that's when he was old, dude. I don't know. That's the pictures they have on Google. That is a painting. That is a painting. Okay, Alexander Graham Bell, he was a Scottish immigrant to America. Because of his lifelong interest in the problems of the deaf, he studied the principles of sound and transmission. Okay, he was inspired by that. Bless you. Okay, which is going to bring us what he created and patented in 1876. Let you guys finish this note before I move on. Adrian. Whoever is making the noise. Okay. I trust you. Stop. No, you don't. At least not yet. Everyone good with this one? All right, he obviously made, if you guys didn't know, you do now, the telephone. Okay, he patented it in 1876. The first words that were ever transmitted were these. Mr. Watson, come here. I want you. Okay, that is not shh before anyone says any comments. Keep them to yourselves. Like I said, before I hear any comments, Adrian, keep them to yourselves. Okay, basically, obviously, because it worked. Okay, this has then become known as the most wonderful thing in America. By the turn of the 20th century, millions of telephones were in service, okay, both in America and in Europe. Okay, so for your cell phones, obviously he didn't create the cell phone, okay, but he created the ideas of telephones, okay, of this transmission and communication long distance. Okay, so you can thank him and then the future people that made these telephones we have today.
He sort of invented the iPhone.
No.
No.
He created the idea of communication long distance.
Yeah, exactly. And this with
No, the iPhone is a lot more than just communication.
Part of it has.
All right, our next man. Okay, Guglielmo Marconi. Marconi. Okay, he invented the wireless telegraph in 1896. Shh. Adrian wished he was that good looking.
This is like the first time I actually see somebody that
Shh,
actually
Doug.
looks normal.
Doug, keep the comments to yourself. You struggle with that, man. Okay, he created the wireless telegraph. Okay, about 20 years later, his device transmitted telegraphic messages via electromagnetic waves instead of electrical cables. ESPN alert.
Wait, what's your favorite fast food?
Not right now. Not during class. After. Ask me after. So know what he did. What did Guglielmo Marconi invent? The wireless telegraph. Know it. I promise you there's going to be a lot of names when we have a test. There's going to be a lot of names, a lot of things we need to know. Okay, John Dalton. In 1803. No, I'm not going back right now. You can ask me later. In 1803, he proposed the atomic theory. Put the chair back. Okay, his theory said that all matter is composed. All matter, that is, something's wrong with there. I'm sorry. All matter is composed in. Or of. Of could work. Okay, all matter is composed of submolecular particles called atoms. Again, you don't need to know the whole theory, be familiar with it. Just know John Dalton, okay, mad scientist who proposed the atomic theory. Yes, sir. Where? You're correct. You're correct.
Extra credit. Dude, that's just paying attention to that. This one is
No. Because I know there's going to be some. Everyone good with this one? Everyone good? Everyone's doing the notes, because if I do a notebook check and you don't have them full, you get a 0.
Wait, so what if we like
I have and I will.
What if we're missing like one note by accident?
Yes, I will. Go ask the 7th and 8th graders.
What if we're missing like one note by accident?
Then you're going to get 0. I just said it. You better get it from a friend. Okay, our next man, Adrian, put it away. Adrian, put it away. Put your mask on and be quiet. I'm not asking again. You and Doug need to be quiet. Okay, Michael Faraday. Okay, he was an English physicist who discovered the relationships between electricity and magnetism. Okay, by him discovering this, it led to the invention of the electric motor and electric generator. No, not the first Tesla. Yes, a type of it, but he didn't create the Tesla. Again, that was a modified version, obviously, of Michael Faraday's version. Okay, we're getting there, dude. We're almost there. Just be patient. Be patient. Shh, guys. Shh. 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 No more. Just stop talking. Okay, Lord Kelvin. Okay, he was an English scientist who helped formulate the laws of thermodynamics and introduced an absolute scale for measuring temperatures, okay, known as the Kelvins. If you guys didn't know that. Okay. Yes, sir. There you go. Smart decision. And we'll go with this one. Good. Adrian, you wrote it down? Quickly. Austin, which one did you need? 42? All right, quickly. Oh, I'm not doing all of them. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. James Clerk Maxwell. Scottish physicist who mathematically explained electrical force and correctly theorized that electromagnetic energy travels as a wave. Okay, if you guys have ever seen, like in a hospital, okay, as the beat is going, okay, that's how the electrical magnetic movements are moving, okay, in a wave.
So does that mean that we have electromagnetism inside of our body?
Yes.
Kind of, yes.
I didn't get the way to do.
Kind of, not completely.
What about in music when like
No, something different. Waves, not. No, that's not a wave. Waves, not lines. Okay, Pierre, which is French, and Marie, which was Polish, curé. Okay, Pierre, which was French, and Marie, she was Polish, curé. Okay, these were husband and wife team who experimented with radioactivity. Curé. That's what I said. You're saying curie? Because you said the same thing I said. You said curé.
Curie is more like
Shh. Doug, I'm serious, dude. You guys really got to stop. You and Adrian. No more. Okay, I'm giving you a lot of chances. I know you guys are coming off break. Okay, but stop. Okay, these were husband and wife who dealt with radioactivity. Okay, the two elements they discovered were polonium and radium. Polonium, and radium. Puree and Marie. No, not vibranium. Sorry. And we'll go with this one?
No.
Again, there's a lot of people. Gotta know them.
Are these kids gonna come out with like 6 legs?
Put your chair down.
Where's uranium at?
Austin, put your chair down and be quiet. Okay, Edward Jenner. He was an English physician who developed the first vaccine. Again, you don't really need to know whether they're a scientist, mathematician, physician. You don't really need to know that. Okay, just know the man and know what they did. Okay, Edward Jenner, first vaccine. Okay, not for coronavirus. Okay, it was just a vaccine in general.
Imagine though.
What kind of vaccine is it for?
Is he related to Kylie Jenner and Kim Kardashian?
you're gonna say it. They're gonna say
It was mainly for, at that time, Rick, it was for smallpox. Because that was what was very popular at that time. Shh. Isaac. Sophia. Okay, our next person. Okay, we've already learned about him. He was on a quiz. Louis Pasteur. Okay, he's a French biochemist whose observations of bacteria led to the development of the germ theory of disease. Okay, which was every infectious disease is caused by a specific germ. You guys should already know him. We've talked about some of these guys already. Okay, it was in your homework and reading before. Okay, which means we're ahead in homework, which means
No homework.
probably no homework tonight.
Oh.
Unless you guys talk a lot, I'll make up homework. Yeah, no, I've already seen it.
Let's get it.
I already see it. Okay, he brought this idea called, it goes with his name, so you should already be able to go with it, pasteurization. Okay, again, this is what we use in what? What do we use this with, this process? Okay, there it is. Milk.
Juice.
Not quite, but kind of, I guess.
Doesn't wine kind of sound like juice?
No.
Like, wine is actually.
No, that wouldn't really be pasteurized, no.
Have you ever had wine?
Okay, another term that was used later on, homogenized. Okay, but we have pasteurization. This is the process which kills the microorganisms that cause milk, wine, and other foodstuff to spoil. Okay, because it came from a natural resource, stuff that needs to be refrigerated. Still, Adrian, that's your last warning, dude. I've given you and Doug both like 10 warnings. You're not 5. Be quiet. And we're good with this note. Okay, Joseph Lister. Okay, he was an English physician who introduced the use of antiseptics to fight the number of deaths caused by infection of wounds and incisions.
Did they still have like a barbers back then? Like the people that come in with like the scissors and they freaking slit your wrists and let you bleed out?
What?
Like they used to do, I think it's called like letting or something like that. Like where they cut your, they say you had bad blood and you're sick.
Oh,
Cut your wrist.
yes. You did not explain that very well at first.
I know, I was like,
Yes, usually if people are sick, they're like, hey, let's just get what's inside of them out by making them bleed. That idea. Yes, at this time, not completely. It's kind of gone now. That's why in this growth, that's where we see all these people making vaccines and stuff to actually help people not kill them. Okay, but Lister, okay, maybe that's where they got Listerine. Okay, but he's the man that caused these ideas to help with the infections of wounds. Okay, our next man, we all know him, this next guy. Okay, he's been called the greatest inventor in history. Okay, anyone know? There it is. Thomas Edison. Einstein was a smart guy, but he wasn't a great inventor. Okay, Thomas Edison. He has been called the greatest inventor in history. Okay, some things he invented. Everyone go with this note. I have no idea, dude. It's a company. I have no idea. I don't know.
he did not create the light bulb. He stole it.
Everyone good? Austin, you shouldn't be talking if you're not done.
I am done.
All right, some things he created. Okay, he's been called the greatest inventor for these things. Okay, motion picture projector. Okay, phonography, mimeography machines, improved telephone system, and improved telegraph. Okay, he helped improve some of these. Okay, and he invented some of these.
So he pretty much just like made like what movie theaters consist of today. Like, with like a perspective.
Not completely, but he created the basic original ideas for the start of that. Yes, you could say that. You guys keep on, sorry, Squeak. You guys keep on saying like the guy that made Alexander Graham Bell, he didn't make the iPhone, but he created the ideas of long distance communication.
Imagine that. This stuff would be way more advanced right now. So.
Yeah.
That's so funny to watch movies, how they said 2020 would be. Like everything with like flying cars and crap. Like Back to the Future, when they said like 2016, it would be like flying cars.
And then you look back and you're like, wow, life really is depressing, isn't it?
I know, like they let us down so much.
Like 30 years from now.
You guys, is this what you guys really think about?
30 years from now, it's like the exact.
It explains so much.
Watching old movies.
All right, just a few more notes, then we're done. Okay, Menlo Park. Okay, this was established by Thomas Edison. It was like a workstation. It's still a place today. Okay, it was the first modern scientific laboratory, and this place won him the title of Wizard of Menlo Park. Okay, obviously he wasn't a wizard. He was an inventor. Okay, but because he worked with electricity, okay, a lot of stuff he did, it was very new to a lot of people, so they called him the Wizard of Menlo Park.
Laboratory.
Okay, after you guys, this would not be a laboratory. In this sentence, you say laboratory.
Who the frick says laboratory?
Me, depending on the use of it in a sentence.
Ew.
You want to know why? Because bathrooms are also called laboratories.
Laboratory.
So when it's a scientific lab, I call it laboratory. All right, our last note for today. Okay, Edison said this. Edison said this. I never did anything worth doing by accident, nor did any of my inventions come by accident. They came by work. Okay, he also said, and genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. Okay, basically saying this, hey, everything I did, man, I worked super hard for it. Okay, perspiration, if you don't know what that means, he sweats. Okay, it wasn't from his inspiration. Okay, inspiration is just the beginning of something. Okay, he perspired, he put in a lot of work. Okay, that can be something, that's our last note for today, but that can be something we can take to heart and we can apply to our lives. Okay, not just basketball, everything, school, okay, where you go to college, sports, whatever you do, okay, whatever you're doing. Okay, we don't just want to have an idea, or we don't want to just think something's going to happen, right? You have to make it happen. What? I will after. Okay, make it happen. Okay, that's our last note for today. Hopefully you can learn, and everything you do every day, you should try to take one thing and learn from it anyways. Okay, hopefully you can learn from that. Since he was known as the Wizard of Menlo Park, maybe he has something smart to say. Okay, for homework, after I get these notes for these guys, quickly. Rick, write it down. Derek, do you need the note or no more? All right, for homework. For homework. Page 282. There's not a lot, so don't complain. You did all of it? You sure? You did do all of it, you're right. That's why I said no homework. There you go. There is no homework. I thought you guys did 1 through 3. So that is it. No homework. Okay, we will continue on. Well, really, this chapter is finished. Okay, we'll continue on. We will have a quiz probably on Wednesday. Okay, I might not be here tomorrow. Actually, I won't be here tomorrow. Okay, so be ready for a quiz on Wednesday. You're going to have to review over it. It'll probably be over this chapter a little bit. We already had a quiz before break, so actually forget. We won't have a quiz. There won't be a quiz on Wednesday. Okay, no homework. I do not. You can try to take it up to Miss Teresa and tell her this is for the pizza. Does everyone understand? No homework tonight. There won't be a quiz on Wednesday. We'll just continue on. Okay, tomorrow I will not be here. Shh, distant learners, you got to listen as well. Guys, listen. Sit down in your seats. Because basketball players, you need to get it because you won't be here either. I will not be here tomorrow. Okay, so there is no lesson but the homework for tomorrow. The homework for tomorrow. Okay, you're going to be kind of going ahead a little bit. It is page 293. Page 293. Write it down, Adrian, right now. Everyone should be writing it down. They shouldn't even be out. What did I say, Rick, about AirPods and phones? Thank you, sir. Okay, page 293. Questions 1 through 6, all. Okay, it's only half of the section review. Okay, distant learners know that as well. You could do that tonight so you're ahead. Okay, but that's homework for tomorrow. There will be no lesson for my class tomorrow. Okay, so distant learners, you can go on the stream, but I won't be here. Okay, basketball guys, you won't be here, so you can, hey, listen, basketball guys, you can bring all your homework that you have tomorrow, you need to get today from all your teachers. Because while we're at the gym tomorrow, okay, there's going to be a lot of time in between games. You guys need to be working on your homework so you don't get behind. Do I make myself clear? Okay, so get it from all your teachers. If you didn't get it from your teachers already, ask them throughout the day before you leave to practice. Okay, so you can bring your stuff with you tomorrow and work on it. All right, I'm trying to get Leonard and Anthony to come and do the same. Hopefully their mom lets them. All right, distant learners again, homework is page 293. Questions 1 through 6, all. That is homework for tomorrow. Okay, I won't be here, so it'll be classwork/homework. Okay, if you need anything, let me know. I will see you Wednesday.
All right, welcome to geometry. Let's go ahead and get started. Douglas, if you'll have a seat, thank you. And we are on 3.6. 3.6 chords equidistant from the centers of circles. Couple quick notes before we get into that, though. First of all, tonight's homework will be number 1 of exercises 3.6. Go ahead and write this down now. This will be a direct proof. The textbook has 3 steps for whatever very little that's worth. Homework 3.1 to 3.8 will all be due on Friday of this week. So that means those little assignments that are appearing on Google Classroom out of 20, I'm going to go through them all on Friday, give you a grade out of 100. Okay? Still due Friday. There, what? Yeah, basically. Well, I mean, you guys are already turning them in as you go, hopefully. Supposedly. Yeah, supposedly you guys are doing that. Anyway, it's going to get logged and put into My School Works, and I'll go through it then. But just kind of letting you guys know, I'm still going to grade it that way, but I'm assigning it each night and then calculating it like every 5 proofs. Anyway, quiz 23 will also be Friday over 3.5 to 3.8. We covered 3.5 before the break, so make sure you go back and review that. Friday? It's on the screen. Yes. I really have no idea. I don't remember what that quiz is. Shh, don't give away my secrets. What? I can't hear you. Yeah? Well, okay. In high school, no. But the reason for that is because my teacher didn't actually teach proofs. He said the proofs are in the back of the book. Have fun. Just copy them and turn them in. And like we were supposed to learn proofs that way. Yeah. Anyway. So when I got to college and actually learned how to do them, yes. Anyway.
Oh, so you didn't get how to do them until college?
Well, I wasn't taught how to do them until college. So, anyway. Not that I'm bitter. What was I doing? I came over here to grab something. Nope, I wanted to see the quiz, whether it's terms or a proof. Because I didn't write myself a note. Oh yeah, speaking of which, remind me at the end of class, pass back papers. All right, hey guys, this quiz is a terms quiz, so make sure you guys study. It will not be open book. I just couldn't remember which way it was, because I wrote it before the break. And you know how that goes. I'm still going, what day is it? Oh, hey, it's the 22nd already. Yikes. Okay, anyway, moving on. That's not right. Oh, my goodness. All right. Let's go ahead and get started. We are on 3.6. And we are dealing with chords equidistant from the centers of circles. Am I missing people? Are they not? Well, I know Lena's not here today. Is Amethyst not here today? She's not here. Okay. Got it. All right, so let's go ahead and get going here. With this, we are on 3.6. Hopefully my glasses don't completely fog over before I'm done. Oh, goodness, where's the actual proof? There we go. Okay, Theorem 36. Let's go ahead and talk about that first. We have 2 parts. If in the same circle or in congruent circles, 2 chords are, equal, then they are equally distant from center. And part B, whatever. All right, part B, if in the same circle or in congruent circles, 2 chords are equally distant from the center, then they are equal. All right, so you notice we just basically have 2 sides of the same coin. Let's go through and prove these one at a time. If I can not like forget everything in like the space of a week. That would be wonderful. Um, all right, number 1. So we have circle O. The diagram, by the way, is on page 138. Okay. So the diagram is there. Our given is circle O. What did I even do? We have chord AB equal to chord CD. We have OE perpendicular. Right. I have to use this thing. Yeah, that's what I meant. Perpendicular to AB. OF is perpendicular to CD. And that's it. That's our given. All right, now, if you look at the diagram, you notice we have a couple dotted lines. They're not part of our given, so that means we should probably draw them. So we will draw. Yes, that's what I meant to do. OA and OC. 2 points determine a line. All right, then in number 3, OA equals OC. Well, why would that be? We do have to mention it's the same circle, but yes, all radii are equal in the circle. All right, now moving on to number 4. Let's see here. Well, I had perpendicular lines, so what does that mean I have? Right angles. So angle OFC equals a right angle, and angle OEA is equal to a right angle as well. Yep. That means we have right triangles. Good job. So we have triangle OC and triangle OEA are right triangles. Yep. Number 6. I'll give you guys a second. All right, real quick. Now, if I have a perpendicular drawn to a chord from the center, then it will bisect the chord. So that means AE equals EB and CF equals FD. All right, quick housekeeping item. Why might this be true? Yep. Yeah, you could have done that first. It really doesn't matter. It's a matter of which way it was in the book. So yeah, if you guys see something, call it out. All right. Let me see here. Now what can I do? Not yet. All right. Remember our given? We have... Yes. Okay. Cool. So AB equals CD as according to our given. So that means AE plus EB equals CF plus FD. me a second. No, because at no point have we established EB is equal to FD. Does that make sense? We're gonna no. Let's because we don't have an inequality. You're on the right track. That is what we want to end up with. We need to go through and substitute so we can add though. Okay. So EB is equal to AE, so I can substitute AE for EB. And then I can substitute, yep. So we get that also by substitution. Okay. Then by addition, simplification, whatever terminology you want to use, because I'm done arguing the point. 2AE is equal to 2CF. Yeah, I'm just going to do this because, yeah, I'm not getting into that. I just don't feel like dealing with it. AE equals CF. By division, sorry, halves of equals are equal.
That's so unnecessary.
Yeah.
So unnecessary.
Because it's fun. No, because the book has it, and I don't feel like deviating. All right. How do you have leg side side? Okay, cool. All right. Oh, right. Emoji keyboard saves the day. All right. I mean, I've used... It's not going to work now. I can only use it once. Okay, anyway. Joke's on you. All right. Also, just because emoji are Unicode, you can use the emoji keyboard in Mac to type any Unicode character, such as the congruent symbol. Anyway, yeah, that's what I've been doing. All right, by hypotenuse leg, because we have right triangles, we proved the hypoteni equal and the legs equal. Okay, so then since I have congruent triangles, yep, so I can state my, whoops, OE equals OF. There we go. Cool. There we go. That was part A. Part B. Insert. Stop. It drives me up the wall. Okay, you know what? Part B, same idea. Done. Okay, cool. All right, so yes, I straight up am not doing another proof for the same concept. This could be easily proven by contradiction too, since we have part A. It would break part A if part B didn't work. So like that's just one of those where it's like, it's fine. If you all want to see the proof, here it is.
I like how you're being lazy, right? I like how you're being lazy, but you still somehow make it formal.
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, that's the magic of mathematics is learning how to formally be lazy. My favorite is it can be shown that instead of actually showing it. .7. Again, 3.6 number 1 is homework. Enjoy. By the way, seriously, don't overthink it. It seriously is only 3 steps, like, and that's like stretching it to make it 3 steps. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, that's going to be what makes it hard. It's actually going to be what makes it hard. What? You write your given, you write your conclusion, you figure out what step in the middle needs to be bridge the gap, and you're done. Same thing here. All right, theorem 37. Oh, goodness, I can't type. It's okay, I only taught keyboarding. Multiple times. It's only my job. What's worse is that I can feel them. Like I can feel when I make a mistake. but it doesn't stop me from making the mistake. All right. If in the same circle or in congruent circles, two chords are unequal, then the greater chord must be closer to the center, which, by the way, just kind of makes sense if you think about it. The closer to the center of the circle you are, the bigger your line will be because it has to go further. Okay, anyway, diagram and proof on page 139. Hey, Douglas. Hey, Douglas. Put your mask back on. All right. So if you look, I'm just going to talk through the proof because it's in your textbook. So I'm not retyping that. Guys. Circle O is part of our given. We have chord AB greater than chord CD. OF is perpendicular to AB. OE is perpendicular, to CD. That means arc AB must be greater than arc CD by theorem 34A. On minor arc AB, place arc CD with C on A and D at point L. Okay. We'll draw chord AL because we can. Chord AL must equal chord CD because we transplanted the arc. Then we can draw OK perpendicular to AL. OK must equal OE because distances are equal. Then OP must be less than OK because it goes through the line. That means OF must be less than OP because that's the shortest distance to that line. So then that makes OF less than OK by the law of orders. So then OF must be less than OE by substitution. Cool. There you go. Theorem 38. What else was I going to do? Yeah, the book gives alternate proofs. I'm not doing that. Like, seriously, guys, like, nah. That's my... Oh, goodness. That and the alternate proofs. Okay, for Theorem 37, the alternate proof is 19 steps. The alternate proof for Theorem 38 is 21. I'm not doing either of those. All right, so Theorem 38, this one I will do because it's not in your book. My fingers are really stiff today, which could be part of my problem. I just looked over at that and I'm like, wait a minute, that's not right. Forgot that clock's off. All right. I'm like, it's not 3:04. All right. If in the same circle or in congruent circles, two chords are unequally distant from the center, then the chord nearer the center is the greater chord. Okay, so Theorem 37 says that our bigger chord would be closer to the center. Theorem 38 says that the one closer to the center is going to be the bigger chord. So it's an indirect proof. Sure, let's go ahead and do it. All right, diagram is on page 140. This is the top diagram. All right, and I don't even need to insert this. So let me do a block quote style here. Do I have that as a thing? Nope, that would be too easy. Do this, and do that. Okay. Assume AB is equal to CD. Then OF would equal OE, because if in the same circle two chords are equal, then they are equally distant from the center. But this contradicts the given statement. Sorry, I should have written down, the given's on page 140. That OF is less than OE. Therefore, AB is not equal. Oh, really? Oh, wait. There's a command for this. Nope, that's the wrong button. Ha. Is not equal to CD. Okay, so that's part one. Okay, so they can't be equal because they're different distances. Now let's assume AB is less than CD. If in the same circle two chords are unequal, then the greater chord is nearer the center. Therefore, OF must be less than must be greater than, oh my word, OE. But this contradicts the given statement that OF is less than OE. Therefore, AB is not less than a symbol? Yeah, we don't normally use that. The book has it somehow. It's not a thing. Nope. Okay, hold on. Yeah. Well, that's not helpful. Cool. Anyway, okay, it's... Oh, right. Unicode. I forgot that's the Magic Girl character. Oh, goodness, it's actually a character. Okay. U plus 226E. Cool. There we go.
Black magic.
So, therefore, AB is not less than CD. So, since AB, oh, sorry, I should enter an equation. AB is not equal to CD, and, whoops, AD, fine, I'll just copy it. RIP, is not less than CD, we must conclude that AB is greater than CD. There we go. There's the proof. Wait, what did I even do? Oh, really? That's cool. Okay, moving on. Apparently, the option command and less than or greater than gives you less than or equal to, and greater than or equal to. And alt equals gives you not equal. Which, by the way, why isn't that in Windows? Okay, moving on. I'm not bitter. All right, guys. Let's see here. Douglas. All right, so there's Theorem 38's proof again. Oh, sorry, we should probably put in... Let me see here. Do I have the little square? Little diamond will work. All right. What time is it? All right, let's go on to exercises 3.7, number 11. This is not in your, or, well, I mean, it's the question's in your textbook. All right, number 11. I'm going to go like this and Oh, there we go. How did I clear format? Whatever. That'll work. All right, so we have here number 11. Prove that if two diameters are perpendicular to each other, then any chord parallel to one diameter is bisected by the other. So pay attention, because you're going to be telling me how to do the diagram. So, first of all, if I have diameters, what shape does that mean I have? Thank you, circle. You know, the thing we're studying about in this chapter. Okay. So we'll make that transparent. This is going to be 4 pixels. All right. So I have a circle. Great. Now, it says if two diameters are perpendicular to each other. So what should I probably draw? This isn't a trick question. It says prove that if two diameters are perpendicular to each other. So what should I probably draw next? Yeah, I should probably draw perpendicular diameters, yeah? Then any chord that is parallel to one diameter, okay? So let's go ahead and make a chord parallel to the diameter. All right, and then we're saying it has to be bisected by the other. So let's go through and do this. Cool, let's label things. Because why not? We have A, O, oops, O, B. Really? Cool. We have AOB, we have EF. And then finally we have lines, or point C. And point D. Cool, there we go. I should probably shrink this down a little bit. All right, so there's our diagram. You guys might want to make sure you jot that down, or I guess see the way you guys have the document. That's right. All right, now let's go ahead and insert the table. Guys, this is going to be a very short proof. So let's go ahead and list our given. We are given that we have circle O, right? Okay, we have circle O, diameters AB perpendicular to CD. And we have chord EF parallel to AB. Yeah, that's fine. Number 2. All right. Real quick, what else can I say then? Very quickly. I could. It's not going to help me, though. We're trying to prove that EF is bisected by CD.
Oh, yeah, no, I can't say that. I was going to say definition of bisected.
No. Nope, not necessary. Nope, not necessary. Nope. You guys are overthinking this. I have two parallel lines. I have two parallel lines. No, I have two parallel lines. One of which is perpendicular to another line. So what does that mean about the other parallel line? Yeah, it's also perpendicular. So CD is then perpendicular to EF as well. Rip. Well, if I have a perpendicular to a chord, what does it do to the chord? Yeah. So guys, we're already done. All right, and guys, guess what? Nope. Add to your proven statements the highlighted portion, please. And then I'll think about being done.
Hey, we got 5 minutes left. You can put that in.
Exactly, I have 5 minutes left.
David, don't bring Tesla over.
Dude, add this to your proven statements. It's not going to be up there the whole time. Now, real quick, I'm going to throw this out there. You'll notice that 2 is also starred in exercises 3.7. However, we proved that in a previous exercise, and I refuse to reprove things because we have a life. Okay, well, anyway, we want to get through the book. Anyway, and you'll also notice that number 8 is starred. That's because that's tomorrow night's homework. Have fun. I'll give you guys more information about that one later. That's unfortunate for them. They can get caught up on the stream.
Wait, you know what homework you're going to have tomorrow?
Yes, number 8. I just announced it. Seeing as I'm going to have people out, number 8 has 5 steps. All right, does anyone still need the screen?
Yes.
Put that back on. Anyway, Andrew, you good? All right, distance learners, we'll see you guys later.
Hey, DLs. Good. Welcome back. Ricky. Okay. Adrian. Find your seat. Get there. Okay. Before we had the break, you had an assignment that you were supposed to have turned in. 9.3. I got Yuvia's. I got Lacey's. I got Isaac, Elijah, Andrew, Amethyst, Gabby, and that's it. Okay? That needs to get turned in. Well, now you do. 9.3. Okay. Okay, so make sure you're getting that turned in to me, please, so we can get it. Giselle, I got a few papers from the office. Shh. So I'm not sure what's all in that, so maybe 9.3 for you is in there. Okay? But good to see you guys. Doug, why are you signed in on the chat?
Oh, I just did that for math to see if Mr. Sylvester would look at it.
And did he?
Yeah, he was saying, so you put it here if you're here for math class. I put it in the LIC.
Okay.
It was like a little
Okay. Good to see you guys. Okay. Lesson 93. Lesson 93. And this is chapter 9. Let me get my 9 notes. There it is right there. Okay, talking about electric circuits today. What is an electric circuit? Well, it is. Can you shut that shade, please? Okay. Electric circuit. It's just the path that the electric current follows. Okay? The word circuit means to go around. Okay? And as you're going to find out, we have 2 different types of circuits. We have a closed and we have an open one. Okay? But the electric circuit is just that flow of electricity. In an electric current, it flows in a closed loop from the power source to an electrical operated device and then back to the power source. Okay? So when we talk about a closed one, we're talking about that there is no interruption in the electric flow. There's 3 simple parts of an electric circuit. First of all, you have the source of the current, which is like the battery or the generator. Where is the electricity coming from? Okay. You also have the set of conductors. Those are the wires to carry the electrons around the circuit. And then you have the load. That's the device that transforms the energy of the electric current into another useful form of energy. Like a lamp produces light, a mic, a nichrome coil producing heat, a loudspeaker produces sound waves, or an electric motor that's causing something to move. Okay, so you have the source of the current. You always have to have that. You always have to have the set of conductors. What's the electricity flowing through? And then you have the load, the device that is transforming the energy. Okay, we done? Done? Good. It requires a complete circuit in order to flow. If that circuit ever gets broke, then there's no electricity. Okay? If Okay, let's take, for instance, like a Christmas tree. And we'll talk about the Christmas tree lights here a little bit later, but a Christmas tree, it's lights. You go out and you go to the store, you buy a brand new Christmas tree, one that is pre-lit, okay, and one that is pre-lit, and you take it home, you put it up, you plug it in, and everything works. Okay, that just means from the source to the light bulb is it's all working. If you cut one of the wires, some, if not all, the lights are going to go off the tree. Okay, and so we have a disconnected circuit of electricity that's flowing through it. It cannot flow through a circuit if the circuit is broken in any point of the loop. Okay? So, we have two types. We have a closed one. That's where the circuit that contains a complete path for electrons to flow from the source of the current through the load and back to the source. So it's making its complete loop. That's a closed one. You don't see any openings in it. So then you see the other one right there. It's the open circuit. It's that contains that some kind of a gap that electrons cannot cross, okay, causing circuit flow to cease. Now, little off track here, but if you take, actually we are going to hit it, so I don't think I will say anything about it right now. Yeah, we're going to talk about it here in a minute. Okay, page 13, number 4. Because electric currents cannot flow through any open current, that flow through a circuit can be controlled by a switch. Okay? And right now you are controlling the circuit in the room because you have both light switches off. Okay? So there's no electricity going to the lights. If we go over there and flip it, then we will have lights, but it's by the switch. A device that opens or it closes a circuit. Switching it off, you're opening the circuit, okay, or closing the circuit so nothing goes through. Now, here's a dangerous situation. This is what we call a short circuit. It's where a wire's been maybe half cut, okay, or it's been cut but the wire is really close to each other, and sometimes you'll get electricity flowing through it, sometimes you won't. Okay, but it's a dangerous situation that occurs if electricity has the opportunity to take a shortcut through a circuit, avoiding the load, like frayed wires allowing the conductor to touch, causing the current to avoid the load entirely. So you have a shortcut. It wants to do it an easier, quicker way. And generally when you have a short circuit, generally you're going to have some kind of a fire. Just like this picture, the short circuit, the wires were cut. And so now there's sparks going on during this flow, and it's going to cause some kind of a damage eventually. How does the Ohm's law deal with this? It reveals a short circuit is dangerous. So a circuit in a 40-watt reading lamp has a resistance of about 360 resistance, okay, or amp or electricity going through it. Because a household current has a voltage of 120 volts, the Ohm's law tells us that this resistance allows for 0.33 amps of current to flow through that circuit. You find it by I equals V over R. Voltage over resistance. Voltage is 120. Resistance is 360. And so you divide that and you get your 0.0 or 0.33 And if we were technical with math on this, we would have the line over it before the continuation, but in scientific terms, they just put it as 0.33. Okay? So if the frayed wiring inside the lamp's cord allows two wires to come into direct contact, the current can jump from one wire to the other, avoiding the load, the light bulb, completely. Okay? So if the resistance to the short circuit is only 0.25 resistance, then the Ohm's law tells us that the current will just drastically increase, okay, because we have a short circuit. And because of the drastic increase, you have a disaster just waiting to happen. So the overload of a current generates tremendous amounts of joule heat, okay? And because of that joule heat, you have your trouble. There's trouble right here in River City, okay? And that's the spark, that's the short circuit that's happening. The wires will become white, hot. If you ever see a wire that's white hot, stay away from it. Shut white hot. Not red, but white. Okay? It is a danger. Anything touching it of flammable material can burst into flames easily. Huh? So what? I'm sorry? Well, your clothes might, and then you would, yeah. But you're definitely going to get burned. Okay? You're going to get electrical burn. Okay? Now, the circuit protection. Locations of the occurrence of short circuits can be poorly maintained appliances, old or faulty house wiring, or a faulty electrical system in the car. Okay? So it's always good to double check things, look things over periodically. In the workshop, the garage or whatever, you're using power tools, you need to examine your power tools to make sure that the wires don't have any frayed plastic around them, that there's no bare wires showing, okay? And so you just need to be cautious of those things. There's two types of devices used to prevent circuits from overheating because of faulty wiring, overloads, and short circuits. One is called the fuse. This is just a narrow strip of metal housed in a protective insulated case. At the base of your Christmas lights, okay, right where you plug it in. Matter of fact, in the adapter that you plug into the wall, there's a little door on the back side of it that if you open it up, they have these little fuses that you put in there, okay? And every so often, those fuses get burnt, okay? Nothing's wrong with that. It just means that you need to replace the fuse, okay? So, a hint that if you have a string of lights from Christmas that are not lighting up, go to the fuse first instead of trying to figure out which light is burnt out. Replace the fuse, you may solve your problem. If you don't, then you got to go to each light bulb and figure it out. Or if you don't want to do that, then you just go to the store and buy a new set of lights. Okay? But a fuse, that just narrow strip of metal, in the adapter of the Christmas lights, that top picture object, the cartridge type, that's what it would look like. And it's just very small, maybe like 1/4 of an inch in length. The strip is designed to be somewhat fragile with a slightly higher resistance than the rest of the circuit. Okay, and so it's just, you know, you've looked into a light bulb and you see those little fiber metal things that are sticking in there, and how tiny. That's the same way with basically a fuse strip. It's placed between the source of the power and the load. So that's why on the power outlet, the two prongs that go in, okay, I better plug my computer in before it happens to go dead. But basically, the fuse is in this, like this yellow thing. Come back over here. The fuse is basically, as you look at this object right here, okay, that I'm showing, the fuse would be in here, okay, so it's between the source and the loads, okay, source and the loads over here, so that's where you would find it. I'm just plugging this in real quick. Don't want to lose power. Okay, sorry. Okay. Okay, so if a short circuit occurs, the amount of current flowing through the fuse increases dramatically. The increased current caused by the short circuit makes the strip quickly overheat and then it burns in half. The broken strip opens the circuit, halting the current flow before any damage can be done elsewhere in the circuit. So the fuse is a good thing for us. Once a fuse has blown, it just means it needs to be replaced. Okay? You can't use it again. The second type is what we call a circuit breaker. Okay? A circuit breaker is an automatic switch that opens the circuit when current flowing through it exceeds a predetermined amount. Okay? Now, if you remember back last year, maybe the first year, the first spring when we got the modulars out here, okay, we tried to plug, I think both microwaves into that one outlet over there on the library, or maybe it was over here, I don't know. But every time we did that, we overloaded the circuit. And so the circuit breaker would flip, okay? The circuit breaker didn't break, it's just a safety precaution where it turns off the electricity to those sources. You go back to the breaker, you flip the switch, electricity comes on. If you don't take care of the load, the amount of load that's going into that circuit, then it's just going to keep flipping, keep breaking, okay? So you take the microwaves like we did, and we separated them into one per unit, and that solved our problem, okay? The circuit breaker is located between the power source and the load in a circuit. In a short circuit occurs, the current breaker kicks open, okay, stopping the current flow before any damage can be done. After the short circuit is corrected, it must be replaced or just reset by flipping. Sometimes those circuits, sometimes those breakers do go bad after so many years, and then you just have to replace the breaker, okay? So not a big thing, just got to be careful. They guard, fuses and circuit breakers guard against an overloading circuit, okay? That's why they are very important. That's why they help us, they protect us, okay, from any damages, from appliances that overheat, electrical devices connected to a circuit that carry more current than they can handle, okay? And that's why in these power cords strips, you have 6 outlets, you don't have 24, and you can't, there's a Christmas show where they just keep adding on outlets into one breaker, and pretty soon when they plug the last one in or flip the switch to turn all the Christmas lights on, the whole house goes blank, if not the whole neighborhood. Huh? Christmas Story? It's in that one. I haven't watched that for a while. There's another one with Danny DeVito. So I can see it from space? Yeah. Anyway, you got to watch how many outlets you can put into one circuit. Okay. Now, the human body. Let's apply this to our electricity. Human body is made up mainly of water. Therefore, it provides a rather easy path for electricity current to travel. Okay? The wires in the house are insulated for our protection. Our body helps us with that protection, but we can get severely damaged because of that. To prevent electrocution, manufacturers provide this way for devices to be grounded. Okay? Now, as I plugged this in, as I plugged my card in, this outlet has 3 prongs. It has two. It has 2 that are coming out from the electrical, bringing in this electricity, and it has this 3rd one, which is what we call the ground, and that just helps this device from overheating and being protected in this manner. So as you see these 2, okay, it's grounded, and that's what it literally means. Connected directly to the earth, okay, by that 3rd prong on the plug. Now your body, it can withstand a limited amount of electric current, okay, but you got to watch how many. So let's look at this. The effects of the currents, guys, the effects of the currents on the body. If you have 1 current, you just get a tingling sensation, okay? If you have 5 currents, you get a light shock. If you have 6 to 30, that shock gets painful. Sometimes loss of muscular control, okay? $50 to $150, you get extreme pain with this. Severe muscle contractions. I believe these are probably in your notes, right? Muscle contractions, breathing stops. Death could be possible. Depends upon your metabolism. 1,000 to 4,300, you get nerve damage. That should be heart. Your heart stops. Death is likely. And if you get 10,000, sayonara. Okay? You're going to get a severe burn from it. You may not die, but you're going to have severe damage to your body. Okay? Yep. That's why, that's why if you have kids in your family, or when you get kids, you need to buy those little protective plates that stick into the outlets so that they can't do that. Okay? Okay? That's kind of what happened when on Home Alone when the guy plugs the things in and his hair goes into an afro. Good. But that's the idea of what's going on. Yes, sir. I'm sorry? A taser? I don't know. Extreme pain. Probably the D or probably a D. Okay. Okay. Your homework just tonight is to read pages 231 to 233. Okay? Tomorrow we'll probably have basketball players. You got section review coming up tomorrow, 9.4. So you may want to work ahead. And preparing for a quiz I think that's on Wednesday. Okay. Quiz on Wednesday. Quiz 20. That will not be open book. Okay. Quiz 20 on Wednesday. 9.4 tomorrow. Reading tonight, 2:31 to 2:33. DLs, it's been an electrifying experience to have you with us again today. Join us tomorrow as we, let's see, what are we going to do? We're going to talk about the different arrangements of the circuits and apply our Christmas lights to a more specific illustration. Okay? Until we meet again, see you later.
Okay, the lag is real. All right, welcome to Algebra 1. Let's go ahead and get started. You guys have been given a new worksheet today over elimination. Discussed before the break on Friday that your worksheet on substitution would be due on Tuesday, but that you would still receive a new worksheet on Monday. So that way, officially that substitution worksheet was Friday night's homework, but I don't want to make something due the day we got back. Okay? So, because I'm not evil. All right. Anyway, so if you have not yet finished your substitution worksheet, you should probably do that today. And let's go ahead and get started on how to do things by elimination. If you need a review on substitution, look at Friday's stream. Hi. Yes. All right. So if you have double homework, it's because you didn't do your homework on Friday. All right. Quiet down. Let's try this again. You will silence yourselves, or I will just issue demerits. That is everyone's final warning. Am I clear? If this is not math related, I'm giving you demerits. If this is not immediately related to the topic that I have not yet begun to teach, put down your hand. All right. We're trying to solve each system by elimination. So at the beginning, they're going to give you easier problems. I'm going to go through how you should take advantage of the shortcuts, and then I'll go through and do a couple on the next page, so that way you guys can see what to do when we have to manipulate them a bit more. Okay, so number one. All right, we have here two equations. The way we want to start out here is set this up so we can go ahead and add the equations. So we'll go ahead and do that. I swear, I just changed, I give up. All right, negative 4x plus 4x is 0. It gets eliminated. Negative 2 plus 8 is? So we get 6y is equal to negative 12 plus negative 24 becomes negative 36. So far, so good? All right. So we're going to divide both sides by 6. And y is equal to negative 6. Thank you. All right. Then we go through and plug back into one of the equations. Okay. So it doesn't matter which one. I'm going to pick the second one because it's positive. 4x plus 8 times negative 6 is equal to negative 24. So we get 4x. Okay. I'm not sure why it did that. 4x minus 48 is equal to negative 24. Did I just butcher that? 6 times 8 is 48, yeah? Okay. My brain just, I don't know. Plus 48 to both sides. Why? Why are you doing this to me? All right, so we get 4x is equal to 24. Divide both sides by 4, and I get 6. So my final answer then is 6, negative 6, and there is our answer. So far, so good? Cool. X must go first, then Y. Just mentioning that. All right. Number 2. Listen up, gentlemen. Why is your pencil not moving? And why on just why? You're in class, act like it. Thank you. All right. Number 2. 4x minus 4x is? 0. So 8y plus 2y is? 10y. What? Just what? Why? Last time I tried to do it this way. All right, 10y equals negative 10. So then what does y equal? Negative 1. Good. Yeah. Let me see here. I need to come down here. We're going to use the top equation. 4x plus 8 times negative 1 equals 20. Yeah. So in 4x, why would I suddenly want to grab what I'm writing? All right. Minus 8 is equal, oh my word, is equal to 20. So we're going to add 8 to both sides. We multiplied. Cool. So 4x, what is happening? 4x eat. Touch is disabled. No, touch is completely disabled. I turned it completely off. Yeah, exactly. All right, so we divide both sides by 4, and x, oh my word, x is equal to? Cool. X equals 7, so that means we have a final answer of 7, -1. Yes? Hold on. All right, there we go. Any questions on this one? Other than what in the world is my computer doing? X then Y. We just, guys. Help me. All right, here we go. Next page. Okay. Let's look at numbers 13 and 14. All right. You know what? This is just straight up not working. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to close this. No. I'm going to remap my pen to screen 1. Oh yeah, that's what I want to happen. What? Not anymore. They stopped doing that a while ago. Yeah. I think so. Anyway. All right, let's go ahead and do this. This is what I should have done in the first place. All right, here we go. Let's work on numbers 13 and 14. So, number 13. Notice that neither one matches up exactly. However, notice that I could easily multiply the second equation by 2 and get x to go away. Okay? So, I'm going to just copy over this one. Okay. Yeah, I told you guys I'm doing the first 2 from each page. Guys. Pencil moving, mouth not.
Why'd you rewrite it?
Adrian, go sit up there. Now.
Why did you rewrite it?
If you'd been listening, you would have heard my explanation on it.
Why'd you rewrite it?
No. All right, so the second equation, we're going to multiply this whole thing by 2, because by doing so, we will get the x terms to go away. That's the entire idea. Oh, goodness. It's not a loud environment. It's just me talking. All right, so Negative 8 times 2 is negative 16x. See, ooh, ah. 2 times negative 6 is negative 12y. And 2 times 6 is 12. So now when we go through and add, the x terms go completely away. Negative 10 minus 12 is negative 22y is equal to positive 22. Well, then we divide both sides by negative 22. And y is equal to what?
Negative 1.
Thank you. All right. So if I take this second equation and plug in, I can say that negative 8x minus 6 times negative 1 is equal to 6. Okay? In so doing, we get negative 8x plus 6 is equal to 6. When we subtract 6 from both sides, okay, notice how we get negative 8x, and what's left on the right side of my equation? Good, 0. 6 minus 6 is 0. So now when I divide both sides by negative 8, what is x? No, 0. If I divide 0 among negative 8 things, it's still 0. So far, you guys good? Okay. So then what's our answer? Good. 0, negative 1. Yes? Oh my. I picked it. I'm trying to get x by itself. I could have done this, I guess. There you go. Yeah, well. Okay. Anyway, we picked the 2 on purpose because we want one of the terms to go away. So that was easier than trying to get y to go away. So that's why I did that way. No one asked. No, but the government required it. So moving on. Number 14. No one asks for taxes either. Well, unless you're in California.
Why don't we learn how to do
Yeah,
that?
unless you're in California.
Why don't we learn how to do taxes here, like in school?
I taught you how to do it last year.
Or like, it was like a secret.
Except me.
That's all taxes are. They're only as hard as you make them. Unless you're like a really edge case. In which case, then you have a personal accountant. Number 14. That's not what I said. So none of you wants to pass this year. Got it.
I want to pass.
Silence.
Trying to pass. How's it gonna work?
I'm more talking to the guys who keep talking. Even though I'm going back over material that we were struggling with. Okay, we're in number 14. Let's act like it. Pick up your pencils. Oh my word. What? Okay, which one's going to be easier to get rid of, x or y?
Why?
Because I asked. I'm kidding. Y is going to be the easier one. So, what do I have to multiply the bottom equation by? 2. It's not always 2, by the way. It's just for the sake of, like, this one is. So top one, we can just go ahead and copy because there's nothing changing, and we just want it lined up. There's your explanation again, Rick. And this bottom one, we're going to multiply everything by 2, so we get negative 12x minus 14y is equal to negative 20. Yeah, when you're multiplying, make sure you watch your signs. That's where it's really easy to mess up. All right, 8x minus 12x is? What? Negative 4x. Y goes completely away. And 4 minus 20? Negative 16, thank you. You guys are so close. I said 4 minus 20. Okay, now we're going to divide both sides by negative 4. And what does x equal? Positive 4, correct. All right, now we can go through and plug into either equation. You guys want to plug in top or bottom? Top? All right, top it is. So 8 times 4 plus 14y is equal to 4. So then, whoops, nope, just kidding. 8 times 4 is?
12.
No.
Wait, oh my, 32, bro.
Why are we doing
32, what?
Why aren't we doing the bottom?
Because top was chosen.
You can do whatever.
You can do whichever one.
Do the bottom one.
32 plus 14y is equal to 4. We're going to subtract 32 from both sides. What is 4 minus 32?
4 minus 30.
Negative 28.
Good. We divide both sides by 14. Good. Y equals negative 2. So then what is my final answer?
4 and negative 2.
Yep, 4, negative 2. All right, are there any questions on this? Okay, again, if you guys need a refresher on substitution, you guys need to go back and look at Friday's lecture before the break. Beyond that, this is the end of material for today. Oh my word, stop. I know, I'm trying to answer it, but people have not stopped interrupting me long enough to let me answer it. Okay, here's what's coming up. So you guys need to make sure that you are familiar and ready for this. Let me go ahead and close out of this. Does anyone still need this? Going once, going twice. Okay. No, it's on the stream if you guys didn't get it all. Okay, you guys are supposed to be writing as we go. So
this is tonight's homework, right?
yes.
Okay, and then, okay,
All right.
so we need to turn this one in and the last one in tomorrow. Right?
What?
We need to turn this one in and then the last
Yeah.
one in tomorrow.
Okay. Oh Lord. Okay. Yes. Okay. Worksheets 5C and 5D are due tomorrow. That's just my name for them. The substitution elimination. Quiz 16, again, will be Wednesday. Yes.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying like it's the one. It's like the same one we did last time.
Yes, except I have rewritten it. They are different problems. Okay. Prove it then. Okay. So here we go. That's what's going on. So if you guys need to be paying attention to these worksheets because you're going to be re-quizzed on it. And this one will stand. Okay? Yes. Yeah. Yeah, you're getting quiz 16 part 2. Yes. Field-ish. Why? Because we can't all be inside because COVID. Anyway, we'll talk more about that later. Yes?
So let's say we had a better grade on our last one. What?
Both grades are going in your grade book
Oh, so we have increased
because the other one's already there.
so like either hurt our grade or bring it up.
This is an opportunity to redeem yourself. That's what this is. Yes? Yeah. All right, any other questions? All right, get to work. You guys have plenty to do.